I once knew a spy. Spies. He was born. was brilliant, erratic, cursed, an anti-personal mind in human form. Her friends called her Herschel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade.
Your name and your cryptonym. A dead limb twitches.
She made the cardinal error of our kind. She mistook her assets for friends. In the end, the contradictions caught up with her. Portofino 91, the whole sick crew. A disaster untold, a black page in the official records. Reports of how it went down remain contested, inconclusive. All that's certain, it began with a phone call and ended with 6 spies lost. Some say she blew the network herself. Others blame structural factors or transnational capital. The rest just shake their heads as they look down on the smashed and leaking world. She was recalled. They put her in the freezer. Forever. Most thought. 5 years passed. A little more of the world leaked out of itself. Cascade's controllers ordered her back to Portofino. Because I asked them to. There is a new assignment, Cascade. I was supposed to give you the brief. Right here, in an armchair in a safe house above a 24-hour photo shop in the city-state of Portofino. No one special, just an arm-like sack of cytoplasm. A special move unique to single-cell organisms. But before that, I was like you, a spy for the People's Republics, one of the varieties of mankind. This is a dangerous place, Cascade. I should never have come. I got caught with my pants down. On the plus side, I no longer have to worry about independent thought or movement. We're not. This is all you, conversing with your own mental projections, reconciling the dissonance inherent to your role, like you were trained to do. Life is beautiful, cruel, full of hidden cues that I missed. Maybe next time. Too late, operant. I'm smashed and leaking. Whatever happens has already happened.
Displayed on the chair before you is a man, approximately mid-30s. His chest rises and falls in steady rhythm as he stares beyond you, unblinking. His eyes are fixed glassily on the ceiling. Cream paint, peeling slightly. A small room in a city past its prime. Nothing to suggest why the man is so interested in it. He's been like this since you walked in. Anything to the contrary should be marked down as a grip on reality type problem. No response, no jolt, no tremor. All posts deserted. The green of long corroded copper. As for the face around the eyes, his jaw hangs slack, his glasses askew. The lopsided headphones accentuate a large bald spot atop his crown. Stiff-collared shirt, a snug brown jacket, and nothing below the waist but a pair of red briefs. As your eyes reach his feet, you notice that the man is also wearing 3 layers of socks, each slightly shorter than the one beneath it. This detail strikes you as very sad. There is no smell of alcohol, nor any open containers, no drug paraphernalia either, just a loose cord trailing to the stereo system. It reminds you of a cosmonaut's safety tether. Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base of his wrist. Elevated, but not critical. When in theatre, an operant must always prepare to be assassinated. Of course, it is better not to be killed. Then the body is disobedient and must be brought to order. There's a procedure your controllers taught you for situations like this, but all you can focus on is his face. The man's eyes glisten, bright red veins blossom around their edges. If so, he will have to become something else entirely. You both exist now in different futures. However he ended up like this, the result is the same. Operant lost. You wonder briefly how much or how little you owe him. A snail's trail of dried saliva glints on the side of his chin. The people's spy cannot be caught shirking. Time to escalate. Clipped to the inside flap of his jacket, you find a laminated badge, emblazoned with the crest of the Import-Export Bureau of the People's Republic of Kohila. The name reads, Esteman T. Below that, a title, IMX Lead Hosiery. Sock merchant for the IMX Bureau, one of the Operant Bureau's most battle-tested covers. The word lead burns itself into the center of your visual field. That's what the badge says. Merely a cover, of course. No, in the official parlance, you. Then you. But not before. And wearing the wares for ease of display, an operant committed to his role. 3 other things of note: a slip of paper, a business card, and a rock-hard piece of candy. A wrapped up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. It takes 5 jaw tenses before you manage to shatter it. Sugary daggers jab the inside of your mouth. After a few more game attempts to chew, it takes all the will you possess to swallow the jagged clot. Its aftertaste contaminates your mouth. It's a purchase order for 10 socks, made out to Carmuna Pessoa, Fashions and Garments Bootleg Bazaar. Bootleg Bazaar. No coordinates found. Some kind of marketplace, and not one you've ever been to. It's a lead in any case. You just need a local to direct you. The slip of paper grows heavy in your hand. It feels like a baton. Pseudopod's obligations are now yours. You owe this woman 5 pairs of socks. The card is cheap and scuffed. It reads, "All you need is miracle," above a cartoonish image of disembodied lips at a phone receiver. Notably absent is an actual phone number. There's an indecipherable scribble. Whatever's written seems to begin with a D. Into your pocket it goes. You retract your hand from the man's pockets. His silence is politically suspect, fast becoming a crime against the party. Will you stand for it? Will he? Pathetic. He rocks gently, giving away nothing. Enough of this reactionary angle of repose. Up he comes. The man's breath gargles softly in his throat as you yank him upwards. His head lolls on its neck hinge. If you didn't know any better, you would say his deserted eyes seemed to be urging you in the direction of the bathroom. Onwards. The unassigned assignment is now yours alone. Like any good operant, he's keeping all cards pressed to chest. The man's head slips 2 centimeters to the left. His jaw slides with it. You can do it, Cascade, he says with his eyes. Your double didn't notice your arrival. He doesn't notice your departure either. Following the cord from the unconscious man's headphones, you come to a mid-sized home stereo resting on a sideboard. Through the translucent view panel, you see a single red disc loaded in place. On the face of the disc are the words, "Ultravioletta, you but from a dream," handwritten on thin strips of tape. You don't recognize the artist. The disc is loaded, ready to tell you. The chunky button makes a satisfying little thunk as you push it in. The discus begins to turn. You know because the spindle was rotating, though the speakers don't produce any sound at all. No sound, save the thin layer of static that lines the inner cables. It doesn't appear to be. The disc is spinning the way it's meant to. The music player blinks, slowly. Or do you? You can't tell. The silence is being overtaken by a different silence, like the slow darkening of night across the wall of an empty room. This new silence seeps into every corner of your body, loosening fixtures, rattling drawers. There is still no sound, but in your mind an image forms of a blasted heath, a smouldering circle at its center. Figures in tattered robes stagger and sway on the horizon. Nothing. You're simply playing a disc on a common home stereo system, the sort of thing millions of people across the world do every day. Your mind blanks, the power grid ravaged by an unseen, faraway storm. A second-floor studio apartment above the Photo 24 while you wait film lab on Orphanage Street in the independent city-state of Portofino. Slowly, you return to yourself. The apartment looks the same, just about. No, you probably shouldn't. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum, then the disc slides halfway out of the machine and waits there like it's trying to hide from you. You remove the red disc and place it into your pocket. Crimson flashes within its casing as the disc picks up speed. You hear nothing. The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum, then you remove the red disc and return it to your pocket. As you turn away, a phone begins to ring. You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm. A peculiar species of static washes over your ear. The exquisite work of the Magic Box, one of the proudest achievements of the Opera's Technical Services Office. Half a world away, a familiar voice splits into 256,000 encrypted fragments before coalescing again by your ear.
Please tell me you have good news.
The voice of authority. Don't let her down. Become the operant she needs you to be.
Operant, you made it. Your voice hasn't changed. We'll get to catch-ups later. Put Pseudopod on the line.
You glance over at the man in the chair. You feel the receiver slipping from your sweaty palm. For a moment, no one says anything. There's no sound at all save for the blood in your ear and the electrostatic hum of the ultra-long-distance connection.
Has he been zeroed out?
Eliminated, killed, rendered inoperant.
That doesn't tell us much. What else? Very odd. Why would he be listening to a blank disc? Probably a manufacturing defect. I don't see how a disc could have anything to do with Pseudopod's condition. So what? Your cover was meant to be sock importers. Excuse me, why the fuck are we talking about socks? Method espionage? Is that some sort of joke? I'll ask one more time. Is your double zeroed out?
You must speak the word. She cannot make the determination herself. Once you say it, there's no going back. The momentum of events will overtake you.
Cascade, is your double zeroed out or not? Right. I wonder which it is. Have our enemies blown us up already? Or is this just another day at the basement massage parlor of spy services? Fucking hell.
She's wondering how long till she can have a drink. Treacly liqueur from a can. It's been several hours since her last.
The opera's going to hang me by the toes. For you, it's back to Satellite Facility B.
AKA the Freezer, the Opera's labyrinthine archival complex, where the old, useless, and discredited are consigned until they're dismissed or die of despair.
Get real, Cascade. This isn't your personal redemption tour. You haven't even got the assignment. Listen to me. This assignment is over. Effective immediately.
Over. Immediately. The words ricochet inside your skull.
The woman in the photo shop downstairs, Constance. She's one of ours. Let her deal with Pseudopod. As for you, we need to get you on the next aerotram out of the city.
Disregard. Time for some self-directed espionage. That numberless phone line may be worth investigating. Perhaps the room contains other leads as well.
Let the photo lady deal with him. Your concern is getting out of Portofino, understand?
Reactionary pessimism. The people's spy is indomitable. No way things have gone this bad this quickly. There's only one possible explanation.
Simulation. That's a new one.
Precisely what the facilitator of a simulation would be required to say.
Those words form a grammatical sentence, and yet I have no idea what they mean. There should still be flights departing for Superblock territory tonight. Make sure you're on one of them. I'm not responding to that. This assignment is over. Get on the next tram. If what you're saying is true, enemies abound. Don't get yourself zeroed out.
click, and the line goes dead. You dial your controller's number. The phone buzzes. After several rings, someone picks up.
You should be heading out by now. What is it? Now you've heard it. Get moving, Operant.
The line goes dead. The bed looks serviceable. Deformed pillows and a depression in the mattress show it has been used. Room for two. You were supposed to lie here alongside your double. Seems it is all yours then, should you ever want to lay in it. You turn away. Daylight spills in from the window. A pair of men's trousers are hung delicately over the shower rail. If Pseudopod's pants were attempting to flee the scene, they did not make it very far. Brown, shapeless, utterly unremarkable. The front and back pockets are completely empty, except for a few pieces of linen. Your hoist-in must have compressed his lungs somehow. Unless... You discover a small extra pocket inside the front right pocket. You slip 2 fingers inside and come away with a neatly folded sheet of paper. The page is notebook-sized and perforated along one edge. It reads, THA 7LES APR 032 WIFO 9W TBGFL W25. Half a cipher. The language of spies. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments. We'll be spying harder when you crack this thing. One of the many mysteries concerning men's trousers. He was trying to smooth out creases with shower steam. You leave the trousers as they were. The small table has been turned into a makeshift desk. A startlingly red folder stands out against the clutter. A small label in the top left corner is printed with one word. Your cryptonym, Cascade. Your hand hesitates. The folder opens with a whoosh. Before you in neat monospace type, your life is condensed to its barest elements. Name, Will Kershaw. Cryptonym, Cascade. Born Landau, former Republic of Mercia. Dependents, none. Pay class D2. Years of service, 14. All true. None of it useful just now. Childhood, bourgeois, typical. History of student radicalism led to persecution by monotheist reactionaries. Fled to People's Republic of Kohila. Embraced post-historical materialism. In short, born capitalist, reborn communist. Medical record. History of dissociative episodes and reckless action. Gunshot, chest. Retained bullet. 10mm. Pre-service. Sexuality. Homosexual tendencies. Suicide risk minimal. Ideation only. End of list. According to this file, that's all there is to you. According to the Opera's remembrances, raw facts are the totality of your being. There's another page behind this one. It's labeled Service History. A tingle in your fingers. Your head grows lighter as you approach the crash site. Amidst the crumpled sheets of copy paper and empty takeout containers, you find an opened pack of cigarettes, Suprema mark. Suprema 100s, cheap superblock export. There are a few mangled filters in the ashtray. There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. You leave the cigarettes where you found them, secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself. A crispy folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads, ZWS, JMXVB TW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQY MUSGS. The missing companion to the one-time key you recovered from the trousers. One-to-one correspondence between key and text. This is a Rosetta cipher. Your heart skips a beat. The pack slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there. ZWS, JMXVB TW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQY MUSGS. The perfectly ordered letters offer no response. In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofino 88 to 91, Network Holsick Crew, Operants Cascade. Assets. A secret the Opera has elected to keep from itself. Obvious. The Opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with. Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present, Satellite Facility B, status inactive. The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh. The genius of a one-time key is that it requires nothing more than basic addition to use. Sadly, basic maths elude you just now. Your espionage limb is still falling out. A few spasms here and there, but no directed movement. You turn away from the desk.
Enough. You're blacklisted. Take your sick little games elsewhere.
Easy, lady. I just want to develop some photographs. I'm not trying to take your innocence.
Does that poor girl even know what you're up to?
You have a wild imagination. A little photo should not count as a crime. It's not like it's a loaded gun or something.
The woman casts a split-second glance in your direction, requesting assistance.
Whoa, whoa. Caught in a pincer by the art police. Not a good day for pursuing my interests.
A crackle of recognition behind his eyes as they meet yours. Nowhere. You've never seen this man before in your life.
What?
She's probably another victim of your so-called street art.
What a full spectrum question. Perhaps you've been huffing photochemicals with this confused woman.
Restless eyes, evasive demeanor. This man may not have zeroed out your double, but you're sure such things aren't beyond him.
Very well. Photo 24 can have this round. Thank you for this extreme stress I'll now carry through my day.
He gives you one more glance as he leaves, garish coat flapping behind him.
You get all walks in here. That was good of you to step in.
Despite the flowy garments and artistic scarf around her neck, there is hardness to this woman's expression.
Nobody. A seedy little oddity who likes making fantastical threats. Oh yes, keen photographer, limited in subject. Lucky for you to only catch him on the day of his banishment. Ah, while I have it here, this is the screwdriver pseudopod requested. For the fax machine.
This toolkit looks so empty, barely usable in its current state. Fortunately, it appears highly expandable. She gestures towards the monstrous off-white plastic machine behind you.
Speaking of, where is your double?
This woman could be a valuable source of information if you can prise it from her.
It's that little amber light. It means out of order, and I haven't been able to get it to green, meaning in order. Pseudopod assured me this machine was a vital tool of communication, as precious to our work as the magic box we installed on your room phone. You've received all sorts of technical training, I presume. I would think getting a little light to turn green should be well within your powers.
A dread beast humming with dormant power. A handless scribe. It just needs to be soothed. Basic social engineering. First, take the target into your confidence. Her look is wary, but intrigued. 2, Turn an admirable quality into a vulnerability.
That's strange. No one said anything to me about a meta-task. Is this really how we handle personal matters? It sounds suspiciously elaborate. Ah, I understand. This is a test to check our information security. I'll have you know Pseudopod's not told me anything. He's kept it intensely tight.
Free. Exploit, exploit, exploit. She studies the wrinkled slip of paper a moment before returning it.
I don't know who this Carmuna is, or what's her connection to Pseudopod. But the bootleg bazaar, that's no mystery. Pseudopod was just down there yesterday. It's where all the knockoffs and illegal imports come make their way into the city. It's only sprung up in the last few years, part of the whole mania of all things Lusian. He said he intended to interview some of the vendors. I can't tell you what he was after precisely.
There. 2 lines of inquiry converge. Bring this purchase order to the bazaar. That's your next stop.
You can practically see it from the front door. Due south, in the ruins of the old Essilk factory. Head west from the roundabout. If by some chance you find yourself in Party Alley, it means you've gone the wrong way. I hope you write Pseudopod a glowing report. From what I've seen so far, he certainly deserves it. Was there anything else? I certainly don't. It looks flirtatious. Never during working hours. Seedy business attracts itself. Try the Fogged Mirror. It's a bar just to the west, along Party Alley.
Your old haunt, where you met with your former assets once upon an assignment. She gives you a brief nod.
Very well. Forgive me, is this still part of the test? Shouldn't you be the one advancing thesis and so forth? Granted, this is only my debut, but it seems to me that something's very amiss. No matter what we do, nothing appears to go according to plan. Pseudopod says it's all part of the work, but it gives me a rather unsettled feeling. A bit early for such a declaration, isn't it? You've only just arrived.
She gives you a nod.
What do you mean? You mean you're not giving him your recommendation after all that? Oh. Oh, God. What do we do, Oprint? It was yesterday, when he returned for the evening. He looked stressed, like he was shouldering a great burden. It must have been the assignment, I'm sure. No, not depressed.
This isn't getting anywhere.
Pseudopod was a very good teacher. He said it would fall on me to see after any operants who are incapacitated in theatre. I wonder, did he ever suspect he was talking about himself? Absolutely not. Nobody's been upstairs except yourself and Pseudopod. Oprint, if you're about to imply that I've committed some heinous act, I can promise you there's nothing in my photo lab that would cause what you've described. I've never seen this before. What's on it?
Meaning Pseudopod must have brought it here.
No, I don't pay attention to all that. Music is very overrated in my opinion. Perhaps it's defective.
Trying her best to be helpful.
I must say, it doesn't look like a regular disc like you buy at the shops. This looks more like a bootleg. I haven't the faintest idea. I'm adrift. Pseudopod struck me as an absolute professional and very cautious.
She's dying inside. She felt a great deal of affection for your double. Your double's condition is of secondary importance.
I suppose I could move him to this spare room down here. That way I can keep an eye on him. A doctor. Right. Good thinking. Dr. Hugo would help. He runs a houseboat clinic in the back ways to the west of the old docks, past the waterlock.
She doesn't respond, but looks down as her cheeks flush deep crimson.
Of course. The least I can do. Before you do, I understand this is your first time back in theatre for some time.
She hesitates, a little shy all of a sudden.
I just wanted to say, welcome back to the opera.
A humongous white block of office technology sits in front of you. It looks like a sacrificial altar made of plastic. Inside, mechanical parts are assembled in such a way that it can scream analog messages across huge distances. Image quality, and whatever remains of human patience. Your screwdriver makes short work of the starhead screws holding the side panel in place. You set them aside one by one, and gently remove the plastic panel. The holy innards of the facsimile machine reveal themselves to you like a sacrificial animal, waiting to be interpreted. You're looking at a Sugar Hill Executive Series 2, a cursed model, plagued by numerous debilities, most commonly a chronically misaligned paper tray. Another opera cast-off, maligned and misaligned. The machine is silent. The amber light blinks. From the machine bowels comes a pleasing chunk as the plastic tray slots back into its receiver. The paper belt purrs as life is restored.
Much better, thank you. Operant, I would never.
You turn away from the fax machine. You return to the desk. Everything is right where you left it. You turn away from the The screen flickers. Static turns to black. A booming voice emerges.
Did you know water covers approximately 63% of the world, but the sky covers 100%? Wrong. The sky is only 98% sky. The other 2% is used to cover up the fact that they replaced the moon 4 times.
On screen, there appears a man with a paper bag over his head. He gesticulates wildly.
But they don't want you to know that. That's why they're coming for me. But not before I tell you the truth.
The screen warps and color shifts. Between clips of the bagman talking, a phone number flashes urgently. You jot down the digits as Bagman watches on.
I am Subcommandante Bagman, and this is the reality situation. No brakes, no filters, no cowards. This is a war, and I don't take orders from anyone, especially not reality.
Above Bagman's head, the words psychic control grid scroll across the screen.
I know all about the Boers, the techno-fascist imprints who secretly rule La Luz, weaponized nostalgia, microbial microphones, lunar obfuscation programs. For 300 years, the Lusian elite have been producing psychic copies of themselves, all to preserve the consciousness of one man, the original techno-fascist. Now ask yourself, why is the man with the bag on his head the only one saying these things? The reality situation, airing until they shut us down.
The sounds from the commercial fade.
Operant? Nothing, I'm afraid. That's understandable. It's been a while since you were last in Portofino, hasn't it? Head south, and you're guaranteed to find it. It's just east of the roundabout and west of the backways. Leave the bootleg bazaar from the west entrance, then just keep going. Eventually you'll hit water. You'll want to stop then. Hardly. It's just around the corner. Walk west a ways, and you'll find yourself right in the plaza. Of course, Operant. That's understandable. It's... Of course, Operant. I'll be here if you require anything.
Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings. But no one answers. The phone keeps ringing. The ringing continues. Neurons light up along your spine, flickering erratically. 3 diodes flicker in steady succession, over and over, casting a faint pulse along the wall. The line is operational. You can rule out a technical problem. Anywhere but on the other end of the line. The ringing continues, eternal. Downstairs, you hear the sound of Constans moving about. The fax machine awaits orders. You turn away. The stereo is crimson flashes within its case. No sound. There is no sound. Shadows bleed from every... The static quiets as you reset the volume. A brief internal hum. Then the disc... You remove the red. You step away. You step over the threshold and into a memory. This place, this bar, the center of the frozen world. Old schnapps and the faded sour cologne of body odor and bleach. Soft yellow light filtered through cracked shades. The rumble of the ice machine. A hissing television. exactly how you remember it. Favorite den of Kisok's local Pelota squad and their partisans, as well as a certain disgraced spy of the Operant Bureau. You discover your thumb rubbing itself along the numberless business card you found on your double. You glance towards the bartender, a younger woman you don't recognize, darker skin and sandy hair, carrying a soft scowl. The best part about this place is that it's open all night, every night. Its doors are always open to you, as they are now. Under a thick, curved screen, colors rip and tear into each other, making it impossible to make sense of what is currently playing.
Oh yeah. Pro typos are garbage. I suppose I'll buy a new one. Again. Nothing lasts anymore.
The television is a cheap Lusian knockoff. These things start falling apart as soon as they're lifted off the assembly line. All things can be fixed, with enough time, effort, money, will. The question is, do you have any of those? The TV continues to rip open the colors of another dimension.
What do you have? No, I don't think we have. I'm Lucia. What brings you back?
Not why'd you leave, blessedly. She knows her audience.
I know how that is. What do you have? It's on the house.
She reaches for a half-full bottle of pink-tinged liqueur. In due course, a small trumpet-shaped glass appears before you. The glass makes a little thunk as it hits the bar. You down it in one go, as is tradition.
So, here to meet your friend?
No one said anything about a friend. A word that in context almost certainly means its opposite.
Over there.
She gestures towards an older man in a booth. His back is to you.
Strange. He said he was expecting someone like you. No. That's a display of Kisok generosity.
Offended that you'd mistake her for someone's wing woman.
He said you were in the same line of work.
Would that line of work happen to be fake sock importer? Identity unknown, intent unknown, affiliation unknown, threat level unknown.
No.
Call it. Just drink your drink. Observe him from a distance.
This is about it. But it's mostly just me in here doing all the work. Takes it out of me. Yeah, we have a couple of kids who come in and clear tables. Sometimes I let them serve, but they're unreliable.
She's too proud to ask for help, but she'd gladly take it. Could be a quick way to make a bit of money. She stays silent, waiting for you to kickstart the conversation.
Hasn't given one. Not much. Mostly drinking and fiddling with paper. Schnapps, so far. Imports and exports.
The favorite euphemism of smugglers and bootleggers. And operants. She makes a show of clearing her throat before your next question. Followed up by looking around you, as if something else caught her attention. She glances over at the man as he sits silently at his booth, transfixed by something in his hands.
Perfectly polite. Keeps to himself, hasn't caused any trouble, pays in cash. Bit of a lizard, I suspect. Fine by me. You have choices? Suit yourself. Friend of yours? He was here a few days ago. Seems to have come in to have a chat with your man over in the corner booth. The one you've never seen before.
And parade on your skin. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up. You may be in the presence of the person who zeroed out Pseudopod. She shakes her head. Not her place to eavesdrop.
Don't tell me you're in Portofino for the phone sex.
Sex line. The lack of trousers grows more ominous.
Must be a close acquaintance. It's a 24-hour sex line. Free. Paid for by... who knows? Whoever it is, they're making a fortune on Renotel stuff. The phone company. Owns all the payphones, private lines, you know, with the dolphins.
A chime echoes somewhere in the back of your memory. Renotel.
Guess it's either that or the bazaar. It's a payphone to the west of here. It overlooks the water. You'll know it from the group of excited old men nearby. Close by. I grew up about 5 minutes from here. I tried living in the Hill of Pigs for a couple years. Didn't suit me. Came home. If you're born Kisok, you never really leave. You know why they call it Party Alley? It's Calle del Partido, from when we still had El Partido Comunista. They built the plaza around the Palace of Culture, not the other way around.
The bartender doesn't acknowledge the gesture.
Haven't you seen it all already? Thought you used to be a regular. Probably. The Bootleg Bazaar, Beetle Tract, Palace of Culture, and I already told you about the Miracle Line. Cheap tat is usually popular with tourist types. Directly south of here, next to the docks. Listen for the crowds. Look for the stalls covered in tarpaulin. Lot of people lived there until it got bulldozed to build Sweet Nestor space program back in the 70s. Abandoned now, of course.
Sweet Nestor, Portofero's supreme leader from the years 28 to 80. In his own words, he relieved his citizens from the burden of voting.
Not much. Nestor built it during his communist period. Building's still impressive from the outside, but it's been falling down slowly. You can find it at the top of Party Alley. It's a 24-hour sex line. You can find it to the west of here, overlooking the water.
She nods, happy to stop playing the tour guide.
Have you bar-backed before?
You can only remember being employed as a spy. Hesitation, as she's caught between a need and a worry.
Fine. I can throw you some soul off the books. I just need you cleaning, bussing, nothing complicated, okay? Here. Start with wiping down tables.
The rag squelches in your hand, oozing grey-brown foam as you glide it over recently vacated tabletops. It's a race against the drinkers to clean each table, only to step back and watch them dirty them all over again. Race, wipe, wait, repeat, table after table, until the room begins to thin.
Hey, it's been 4 hours. Take a break.
Stopping is almost harder than trying to keep up with the work. Your mind continues to race, looking for things to wipe, unable to stop.
You definitely helped. Thanks. You have choices. The burden of choice was too much, huh? See you.
An older man, heavy-set, looks up as you approach. On the table next to him is a large plastic box. An accordion hose runs from the side of it and disappears between his shirt buttons.
Opera. Bon of you to drop by. Though a bit earlier than I was expecting.
It should be said that you've never seen this man before in your life.
No matter. You're here now. That's what counts. Some reputations precede. I heard a notorious spy had escaped from the freezer and was running amok in theater. Had to see for myself.
This man must be part of our welcoming committee. The gang's legend spreads far and wide.
Now here you are, in living color. Cascade, known to some as Herschel Wilk.
You might still be able to play this off. Play it off? Play what off? You're fucked, Hershey. All semblance of composure abandoned. Your primal yorp fills the half-empty bar. No one even bothers to turn your way. That makes it worse somehow.
Let's hope that got it out of your system.
The box on the table hisses and groans. One of the cords appears to twitch like a dreaming snake.
Let's drop the pretenses, shall we? Everyone's waiting on you. Old friends, professional critics, big-time players in the international organ market. They like the distance, really spikes the interest. I can hear them working themselves into a froth, asking, has she figured out her assignment yet? What's going on with her double? Does she still have it? Thrilling questions, all. But mainly, they're concerned about your heart. Straight to it. Fine. Let's be blunt. The Opera have dropped you in a river of shit. Maybe I can help you get yourself out of it. This thing? No. This is just the plastic box that keeps me from shaking the Manus Fati.
To shake the hand of fate is to die in this part of the world.
Last I heard, the original article was sitting on a desk in a third-level sub-basement somewhere in Nevessa. Story for another time, I'd say. My business, I'd say. This was your old haunt, was it not? See why you're drawn to it. Spacious, decent sightlines. Noisy enough to make bugging impractical.
At this hour, the bar is beginning to come to life again. A few regulars shuffle in, taking their regular positions. The two of you attract no particular attention. Meanwhile, the bartender washes a few glasses in a tiny sink, looking up every now and then towards the television.
Yes. This place will do. As I said, wanted to witness your return to live action myself. Just because I'm bereft of official existence doesn't mean I can't keep an eye on the younger generation. Maybe pass along a little practical wisdom here and there. Verdict still out. Doesn't even seem like you made it as far as your unfortunate double. Almost like you made straight for the bar. Interesting approach. Working with locals. Good. A chance encounter, believe it or not. I took your man's temperature and no more. Gastropod, is it? Even worse. How's he getting on? Haven't seen him for a few days. And meanwhile, back on the material plane, that leaves you without backup. Unfortunately, that seems to be the modus these days. Chiseling hunks of frost-burnt meat out of the freezer and tossing them straight into the grinder. Must be a better way, you'd think. Barbarous youth storming the gates, hoisting its dirty flag. You got age on your side, but have you got it? Rhetorical question remains to be seen. It? That ineffable, inexplicable quality essential to success in theater. frequently discussed, rarely demonstrated. No, it is uncountable and immeasurable, much to the chagrin of the chart fuckers who lately seized control in Nevesser and the other citadels of secret power. And yet, when in its presence, none can deny. Not that it. If you can't even tell the difference, you're off to a poor start, I'd say. Depends. Do you want to grab reality by the face, tear off a false skin, and stare into the abyss of stars inside her skull? There was a time when someone believed you might, seeing as they trusted you to set up the Opera's last Portaferro network. Didn't turn out so hot, if reports are accurate. And yet, here you are, back on the scene. That suggests your it levels haven't totally flatlined. Bold pronouncement, I'd say. As yet, unsubstantiated.
There is no man here. You are speaking with air. That's because you're not speaking with a man. You're speaking with an augmentoid. Part man, part machine, all menace. Built in secret factories in the center of the Hollow Moon. Forerunners of the post-humanity to come. In your heart, you've always known it to be true. The alteration of all flesh. Undoubtedly.
Call it your look of haggard perplexity, assuming that's not just your normal expression. You've been out of the action for 5 years. I've been in this game a long time. Picked up plenty of neat things that could be of interest to you. Take a recent sample. One of your enemies has set up a secret jail somewhere here in Kisak. Strike a chord. The rich one. Emter.
Emter, aka L'Empire Sans Territoire, aka The Bank. Equal parts Global Development Fund and Spy Service. Linchpin of the developed world. Everything you know has directed you to the bazaar thus far. Doesn't exactly scream the bank.
My offer is this. I share with you a little from my wall of shadows. You help me with some personal research. Went the wrong way then, I'd say. Bazaar's southeast of here. Maybe this rendezvous was a bit premature. Tell you what, let's try again once you've gotten a bit more up to speed. I recommend Carmuna, personally. Runs a second-hand clothes stall right by the canal. Terrible gossip. Never heard a secret she couldn't wait to spill. I'll be here if you want to talk more. Forewarned is forearmed. Take your pick. We're nominally in the developed world. That's Emter's home pitch. By that same token, Portaferro was a Lusian penal colony for a long while. Some people think the Weeping Eye are lurking around every corner.
Leluz, once a powerful empire, now reconstituted as a modern techno-fascist state, the rising military and cultural power of the day. The Weeping Eye, Leluz's secret place, the dark subconscious of the state. He flicks his thumb, as if flipping an imaginary coin. He makes no attempt to catch it.
The techno-fascists are really treating the place like they own it again. Operating out in the open like that suggests confidence, I'd say.
He takes the disc and adjusts his glasses to get a closer look.
Two things stand out. First, this is an unusual format. Einzelton. Not just standard consumer fare. That right? Solid stagecraft, I'd say. The artist, Ultravioletta, the Lusian electro pop singer. Gone missing, so they say. I guess not. Fresh on shelves as you are. Ultravioletta is quite popular, especially in this city. You, but from a dream. No, nothing at all. Local television personality, though his accent suggests origins in the People's Republics. Lavendy, I'd say.
The PR Lavendy, the less socially developed neighbor of the PR Kohila.
Obviously a lunatic, an addict of some sort. I'd keep my distance, were I you. He's got a glorified rat hole in the housing campaign. Calls it his Fortress Studio. Across the rooftops, I think. Please, Operan. There's cavorting with the genius loci, and then there's wrapping your mouth around a raw sewage line. That said, he's got tens of thousands of regular viewers. Not bad for public access. Only what's in his red folder? Do you want to hear it?
With a great sigh, the man leans back in the booth and closes his eyes.
Novessa Born, graduate of the Polytechniker. No partner or dependents, of course. Father was a noted cosmonaut. Taught life sciences before his recruitment. Cryptonyms are never so arbitrary as they're meant to be. When it comes to names, the mind demands something that sticks. Stiglitz. Tomas.
The old man's eyelids flutter as he continues.
No remark-worthy sexual tendencies. High attention to detail. A mild allergy to his own sweat. Occasional flashes of grandiosity. That last point may sound familiar. A joke. Your flashes are more than occasional. You were chosen because his skill sheet was thought to complement your own. How that translates interpersonally. More for you to say. Sure, a two-person counterforce to stand against the Shadow Lettuce. Every junior operand's fantasy. And recitation. No such thing in my experience. Till next time, operand.
This is a dangerous path you are traversing, Cascade. In the subterranean halls of the Opera, the ancients are whispering about you. They're saying Cascade has gone looking for it. A question that's plagued centuries of poets, athletes, aging rock stars, and operants, each driven to utter distraction in their own mental wilderness. In the end, it cannot be known, only had or not had.
Usually, not had.
Then you've already lost. Some are born with it. Those who go looking for it, more often than not, end up destroying their lives in pursuit of the elusive ideal, like Operant Probable before you. The question before you is the same one that obsessed Operant Probable during the period of their precipitous decline. In their final reports, Probable speculated that it had disappeared completely from this material plane, and could only be recovered by undertaking a dangerous meta-quest. Luck and skill, Cascade. You will need both.
On the wall above, mounted like the taxidermied head of a bull moose, is a toilet. From across the room, the bartender notices your gaze and the expression on your face.
Don't worry. The smudge on the rim is just blood. 83. Kisok versus Recreación. The referee sent Peña off on a bullshit call. A riot ensued, as per tradition. Someone ripped a toilet right out of the washroom wall and chucked it at the Recreación supporters.
It's a misty, watercolored memory for her. Kisok's pride, the moment it all peaked, when all the madness and meaning in the world swelled into one glorious, unstoppable wave. Countless injuries were reported in the aftermath of the incident, and 2 fatalities confirmed. The bartender gives a small, approving nod in your direction. In the machine aisles is a lineup of smokes, candy, and canned coffee. The packet makes a satisfying thunk as it hits the well. If you change your mind, they'll still be here, dormant in their artificially chilled chamber. It's still almost impossible.
It's getting worse. I really need to just give up on it and buy a new one. Enjoy it while you can. I'm trashing it for a new one as soon as the next shipment comes into the bazaar.
The TV continues to rip open. A slanted aluminium box is bolted into the pylon spine. Beneath the friendly dolphin emblem, the word Renotel was etched into the metal. Cold and hard, but the playful smile remains. Inside, a slab of beige plastic, an old terminal. Behind a clouded sheet of polyglass, the screen remains black. No buttons on the outer housing that you can see. No glowing standby light. Your fingers find a steel drawer. It slides out with a creak, revealing a keyboard designed for gloves, each key a chunky slab. A low wavering whine. Behind glass, the cathode ray tube flickers once, twice, then flashes white. System waking. Please wait. Mem check, 00016KB. OK ports, Com1, Com2, AUX, trunk. Diagnostic mode enabled. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command. Available commands: 1. Line diag. 2. Trunkmon. 3. Network. Based on the available options, this is a maintenance terminal. You might be able to get information on the Renotel network from here. So the name suggests. As for what kind of diagnostics, there's only one way to find out. You know, for monitoring trunks. The terminal clunks as if it's exhaling static. The screen flickers, awaiting your input. Line diagnostic mode. Enter landline identifier to proceed. Line ID. The machine's internal speaker beeps sharply. A random array of numbers line up in horizontal formation across the screen. It achieves nothing. The screen flickers, awaiting your input. You close the box.
I can do this. I can take you on. I'm your man. I'm your man. I'm your man.
The middle-aged man cranes his neck to look at the top of the pylon. You can see the blue fabric of a worker's uniform under his high-vis vest. He blinks at the interruption, startled out of his mantra. That thing he's carrying has got buttons. A little antenna. That's a grade A thingy, all right.
None that I know of. Which reminds me, I really should get around to registering for a GP. You'll have to be more specific. Seen a couple of guys who match that description. Not that I pay much attention to them. The uniform of all those type of men. You'll have to give me something else. I don't think I'm tall enough to see other men's bald spots. They're quite common as well, you know? Good point. It's been a while since I saw them. Long enough that I don't remember where.
Pseudopod wouldn't have been here a while ago.
Right you are. I can tell you that it's Renotel's longest running and top performing fixed line.
Technical talk for landline. It's connected to the network by copper wire.
Must be just over a decade at this point. It's actually the last payphone in Portofino to still be running the old way. Now they've all gone wireless. The line cannot go down, not even for a second, which means it cannot be serviced or upgraded. First thing they taught me when I joined.
A single thread. Fraying.
The reason being, or so I've heard, is that Renotel would incur a bill of such whopping proportions that it could risk the whole company going under. No further details, unfortunately. It's just one of those stories that gets circulated among the staff. The unrealized loss, they call it. The company's big secret. Gnawing away at its foundation like a rat in the shadows. No, that kind of thing isn't for me. It's just part of the job to know about it. Make sure it stays operational. You know why now.
He really wants you to believe that.
It's the old payphone along the back ways, west of the docks. Sure. Of course. Sure. Oh, it's just me trying and failing to do my job. Again.
A feeling you know well enough.
It's embarrassing, really. I'm overqualified for this position, and yet I can't even do the simplest tasks asked of me.
What he says doesn't add up. The logic is broken.
Now I've said it out aloud. Yes, I would agree. Put it this way. I'm a qualified engineer with years of experience, just not in this particular field.
Whatever he's hiding, it isn't pleasant. It destroyed something in him.
I'm hired to perform any necessary maintenance on the arteries.
Technical words that only mean something to those with the prerequisite knowledge.
The wireless phone network is routed through electronic boxes called arteries. They work like the old terminal boxes, except there are no cables or wires. Renotel has been upgrading its payphones across the city. They pretty much all run on wireless signals now. Mad, isn't it? We can send telephony data through the air now using radiophonics. Renotel is developing a range of products with this technology, including portable phones, intercoms, headsets, and cordless scanners.
You may have been on ice for 5 years. The inexorable march of progress certainly has not. The result of non-competitive bidding and a bit of self-dealing on the part of the city's governing elite.
The owner of Renotel. The rich guy at the top of it all. The company is named after him. Imagine being the one man in charge of telecommunications across the city. I think he's a liberal, actually. Yes, one of the old terminals. It's a terrible tangle of cables up there, but I can handle that. The part I'm struggling with is climbing up this ladder. I'm acrophobic, one of my many fears.
A man stood on a cliff's edge, constantly expecting even the ground to fall from under him.
Oh no, you really shouldn't. Not only is it dangerous, but qualified Renotel technicians are the only persons permitted up there. It's complicated, not something I can teach you in a day.
A shame. Some pointers on how to improve your technical know-how wouldn't come amiss.
Lots of things. Primarily, it picks up wireless networks, radio frequencies, and electrical signals so you can track their source. It would be more relevant to my experience, but I'm retired from that sort of work at least. I wish I could say that, but it's an integral part of my job. Not a lot, unfortunately. I do collect magnets, though. That's probably the most fun thing about me. It's a lifetime hobby. I always carry a few around in my pockets, so I can see what surfaces they will stick to. I've got some years left in me yet, I hope. Where to even start? I'm scared of heights, wild boars, drains, tuk-tuks, teenagers, the moon. You haven't been there.
He doesn't answer, at least not with words. No need when your body language matches a spider as it stiffly curls up in a ball to die.
Pretty much. That's part of what makes this job so hard. If only it were that easy. When you're being chased by bills, among other things, you are forced to take whatever you can get. That which chases us all.
The long arm of the party.
Not exactly. But the sentiment is pleasing, at least. I've had them for about a decade. I only had one or two at first, then slowly acquired more and more over the years.
He grimaces, wearing the same look as when you asked him about the moon.
As I already said, I would rather not talk about it. Scared of that too. Yes, so am I. A terrible thing to live within the ruins of the self. But we keep going any way we can. Same as everyone else. Mining cadmium, lithium, and other rare minerals. In my case, on behalf of the Illuminated Empire, La Luz. Not for any good reason. It hardly supports life, but is all too ready to offer up a drawn-out death. I saw much of it up there. Statistically, there is more death happening around us here, but it is much crueler on the moon. Perhaps because the spirit is divorced from its home soil and cannot so easily return. It's what gives me hope that one day I will find peace. Of course, it makes the encroaching inevitability of my own death easier to deal with, too. As do I. It's a comfort to know that I won't have to travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers through space, at least.
He hid it well. What else could he be hiding? Something happened on the moon. Something he will never be able to face again.
Hey, is that what you said? Hey? Is that a chemical symbol or something?
Detecting low levels of it here. Seems his return hasn't solved that particular problem at all.
If we must. Very much. It's fairly peaceful. And I've always been quite fond of seafood. Though I will admit, I'm getting a little bit sick of shrimp.
As you depart, the chant of "I'm your man" starts back up behind you.
Check it out, Hirsch. The creditorial equivalent of a mountain. An impossible weight somehow lifted, just waiting for the disturbance that will bring down the avalanche. It's about everything. By some estimates, the entire world is 3 trillion sol in debt. If every one sol note in existence were used to pay off every loan, at the end of the day you would still come up short. Inflation and compound interest. The abstract miracles of modern finance, holding aloft a juggernaut of debt. The good news is, it doesn't have to come down. Debt is platonic, Hirsch. Big or small, it doesn't exist as long as you don't pay it. Now you're talking. Your new imaginary girlfriend is called Credit, and you can do whatever you want with her.
It's still almost impossible to make out the action on screen.
It's getting worse. I really need to just give up on it and buy a new one.
You stare into the purple haze. Figures shift and ripple under discolored static. Fish below the surface of a vast, unknowable electronic sea. You wiggle your little finger back and forth in front of your eyes. The screen is not affected in any way. The TV continues. Wild boar piglets snuffle through the city's trash, still wearing the stripes of babyhood like halitosis humbugs. Behold, the cloven-hoofed effect of urban administrative collapse. You didn't bring any pamphlets or manifestos. But where there are bullets, there are boars. An adult can be up to 500 pounds of bristled, pitiless hog with tusks. No interest from the hogolescents. Yes. You scan from left to right, checking the alley's tangled contours for a hint of hairy maternal rage. There is none. One of the bullets looks at you with bulging lachrymose eyes. You leave the boars to their devices. An altar to Belarus, the bazaar's unofficial patron star. It is cluttered and precarious with offerings. The shrine lacks the sacred air of Mercian churches you knew as a child. It is an organic thing, maintained by locals of their own volition. A spectacle of Portofieran humanity, the steps worn with years of its visitors' hope and grief. Whatever their meaning, they were enough to summon you here, now to this shrine rammed into the side of the city. Ink stains and knife scratches adorn the shrine, jagged words cast toward the flickering skies. In your guiding, we learn. Do you envy our brief, searing lives? Marco loves Puss. As you fade, we follow. A collection of cheap plastic photo frames, haphazardly arranged on a red checkered tablecloth. Each heavy with significance, all of it lost on you. Between them lie offerings and totems, a necklace, some out-of-circulation coins, an old packet of smokes. Ouroboros Black, an imported brand. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever's inside it is not cigarettes. Outslide a few staple pages folded neatly into a little cuboid, almost exactly the dimensions of the package. Rite of passage. It's an exit visa. Permission to travel freely out of Portofino. An elderly man stares back at you from a printed headshot at the document's apex. Long black and grey hair swept back in a wave. Augustino Dante, according to the name on the pages. Born in the year 27 in Leluz. The name, who knows? The document, yes. City issued. Holographic stamp and all. You refold the pages along their elaborate creases and slip them. pinch your eyes tight, but no words come. And why would they? Remnants of a more primitive phase of consciousness. Nothing you should concern yourself with. A pit of hopelessness opens in your stomach as you skim the rows of faces. You flatten a monochrome image of a smiling old man holding a child on his knee. You've just desecrated a shrine for nothing. Polaris isn't listening. The stars won't ever listen. In the darkness, you feel the presence of all the strangers' offerings more powerfully behind you. This place is not as you left it. The world moved on behind your back. Silk number 3, the old silk factory, once the pounding heart of the city. Now its walls are layered with past identities, a patchwork of Portofir and turf war. Pseudopod had a purchase order from a vendor called Carmuna. She must be in here somewhere. You also have that curious red disc to hand. A media specialist could likely tell you more. You step into the booth and press the receiver to your ear. The dolphin's playful gaze remains fixed on you. Your gaze wanders away. The dolphin doesn't seem to mind at all. You can almost feel the texture of its wet, rubbery skin. Soft, smooth. It's just a little plastic dolphin. There's no way you're actually getting satisfaction from this. Fine, but some soul searching may be required once you're done. No reaction, but the thrill is nonetheless palpable. Give it a rest for today. Return when the sensation is fresh, and it should once again have its calming effect. You do not yet have the number of anyone else in this city. There is only one, Melita, your controller. She'd only tell you to get on an aerotram back home again. A direct order which you have so far disobeyed. Whether you want it or not, the number is a lifeline to you. Always there if you need it. It's certainly possible, though any benefit to doing so is unclear. Don't start wasting your time with prank calls, Operant. The Reno Tel Dolphin eyes you expectantly.
Hello and welcome to the reality situation. Before we begin, I just need to check. Is your line secure? That's a joke, obviously. No line is secure. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, are not secure. Consciousness itself is tapped. The call is coming from inside the house. Of course. What aspect of the situation did you want to ask about? Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel dolphin eyes you expectantly. You tap out some numbers devoid of reason or thought. Surprisingly, the phone starts ringing immediately. Could be anyone about to pick up. A total stranger, their life intruded. A clunk. You hear the ambience of another room. An exhale. Then something wet being chewed on over and over. No words. The person on the other end just keeps chewing. If they have the ability to speak, they choose not to use it. Another exhale. The chewing continues. Suddenly, the line goes dead. They hung up. The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel dolphin eyes you expectantly. The phone rings in your ear, connecting you distantly to some unknown place. No one picks up your call. The ringing continues in your ear until it doesn't. You step away from the payphone. A filthy flyer glued to the wall. A row of bespectacled men stare into the middle distance, while in their midst a lone figure looks towards the viewer. A man with a brown paper bag on his head. Above him in bold letters, the reality situation. Yellow text in black and white. Tune in, everyday coverage, and in all caps, they did it again. You know, them. The ones who shift the tectonic plates, fake the seasons, pollinate the sky when no one's looking. They released yet another decoy moon right under your nose. And raise more questions by what happened to the previous moons. Why'd the batteries leak towards the equator? Who gave birds the right to blink horizontally? The People's Bureau of Entertainment would never allow something this anarchic to make it to air. Hold on. You know what could use a little more reality? That big blank wall next to your bed. It's been adhered to the wall with blue reusable adhesive. Sticky, easy for quick installation and removal. You're able to get it down and rolled up without any difficulty. The Guardia Municipal officer is intensely scratching at his neck. As you approach, he wipes his hand on his trouser leg.
Hola, miss. Hope there's a reason you've stopped an officer while he's on duty. No better place for that. Officer Morito, agente coordinador for the Guardia Municipal. Do you need help with anything? How bad does it look?
Scaly reliefs and cracked plates, like some diseased armor.
Shit, I knew it. I hope it's not the topical boar repellent I've been using. Instructions said to apply generously. Guess that's what I get for trying to keep the peace with these boars running around. It's not the young you need to worry about. We're dealing with an infestation, and they get much larger. It used to be a seasonal problem. Every autumn, some adults would come down bold and hungry. But lately, it's more of a permanent residency. The hills up north, as far as I've heard. Valle de Suspiro. You've got thorns, ferns, old trees. A nightmare to patrol. At best, they're a nuisance. The little ones are fine, but the adults could take off a kneecap if you're not careful. And then there's the really big one, the mother. They don't seem so bad if they're alone, but they're never alone. Get 5 or 6 together and they can take down a grown man. Oh, 100, 150 kilos? Easy. Enough to stop a tuk-tuk going full speed. But even they got nothing on the mother. Massive. Furs all matted, covered in scars, territorial too. Preys on drunks, stumbling back from Party Alley. Tusks, claws, knives, bullets. Take your pick. Every few years some brave moron tries to take her down, but she stands undefeated. You got a weird glint in your eyes. Let's not do anything stupid, all right? You back away, slowly. If you get a whiff of it charging, find something to climb if you can. And then, come find me. I can tell you Petra the music vendor's a major asshole. I asked him about an old Blood Golem disc, and he told me he'd rather tie polystyrene blocks to his feet and jump in the canal than look for it.
Doesn't make sense. Why not go for something that sinks?
I told him as much. He said that was the point. His demise should be slow, so that I'd hear him scream for hours. I suspect he mostly hates himself. I don't get why he brings up all this violent stuff all the time. If he ever goes through with it, there won't be any shock value. It'll just be sad. Blood Golem is a band. Blood Golem heals all wounds. It's the sound that raised us from shit-crusted upright apes into humans. Primal, filthy, slow, all ending. Like an army of giants growling underwater while smashing cliffs together.
None of these words make any sense to you, either singly or even less in combination.
As a matter of fact, too powerful for most Portoferans. It's like nobody cares about our own music anymore. Or art, really. We've had instances of theft around the docks recently. All the crates were ripped open in strange ways. Yeah, messily and without tools. Seems like the work of kids, if you ask me. Must be trying to scare people too, as weird noises have been heard at night. Screaming and howling. Apart from that, it's quiet. Just how I like it. Last bit of action the bazaar saw ended up with it burning down. It's an alright life as is. Really, the hardest part's keeping people away from the boars. Hence this whole cream situation.
As you step away, the GM returns to scratching his inflamed skin. An assortment of cargo crates sits in waiting, adorned with faint chalk marks and bright yellow labels. Machine printed, crisp and official. They all bear the same logo, Tiny gold dots in a precise angular pattern. Point of origin, Ministry of Mass Culture, Cicatriz Frontera, the lengthening gleaming capital of Leluz. These crates aren't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Lusian Cultural Ministry. A maze of hastily drawn letters and numbers stands in contrast to the printed labels above. The symbols range from A to D, 0 to 9. You're not meant to be able to. It's not for you. Black cartons of cigarettes are stacked in tight rows. One of them has been slit open, 2 packs missing. The sight reminds you of a set of stairs descending into the dark of the basement. Yes, more commonly known as theft. You look around to check if anybody's watching, and stick your hand in there. It feels forbidden. You are not a party entitled to a percentage of this profit. The shrink wrap rejects you, and your fingers fumble away. You step away from the marked crates. Refreshments are lined up like brightly colored soldiers, neatly regimented behind coiled springs. The refreshments remain dormant in their artifact. The man gives no indication of registering your presence. His mirrored sunglasses are turned skywards. But he's aware you're here. The industrial skyline beyond is bone white in the moonlight.
Everything usually is. Help you with something?
His jacket's been patched over many times. Storied. An old, low-slung workhorse with tar patches, welded plates, and mismatched boards.
Papers say so. He's got a few more years left in him. Old man. And I'm not complaining. Both.
You know where this is going, right? You're not going to just walk into it. He stares at you, and keeps staring at you.
Man. Let's move on, shall we? Most ships are named after stars. In Rustam, we named them after lost sailors. Carve a name into the prow,
The dead will watch the waters for you.
Long dead hands carrying the hull, white fingers in the brine.
Nothing. This is just a barge. I call it he, out of habit. Depends. Some are produced locally. Textile's the easiest to replicate. Got some artisans in Hill of Pigs. Other things, like toys, need to be brought from abroad. There's small manufacturers scattered along the Nos Corrientes coast. Families with presses, off-book factories. Other crates have to cross a few borders. Because the Lusians don't mind a little cultural leakage these days. In fact, they encourage it. Government thing. Shadow program. I don't ask too much about it. Merchandise gets shifted and no one selling it gets disappeared to lose. Works out. Pantomime. Look around. Luz is cutting edge. So long as they get a cut. Foreign regulations have made that part trickier. More eyes, more signatures.
Treaties, obligations to foreign banks and bureaucracies, third-party audits, all part of joining the developed world.
At the hand of some enterprising people, a few tarps in the dust, and word of mouth. I'm sure there's more important things for us to discuss. Sure. A colleague. Go on. There's a lot of coming and going in the bazaar. I don't get paid to keep track of it. I'm sure. All right, then. Unless there's anything else. I'm listening. Sure.
He lowers his head in brief salute. The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. You push the gate. The metal creaks, but it doesn't move. It's held fast by a rusty chain. Rust speckles your fingertips. A system compromised at the subatomic level. The gate creaks in the breeze behind you. The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal. Don't look now, but you can see through the metal floor, all the way down.
You've come a long way. Fortunately, the view just about compensates. I'm being punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position. I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically. Precisely. That's because this line, Line 9, will never be finished. What we're sitting on is hardly more than a sketch. This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials. Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records.
These aerotrams would shear those right off.
I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can't lose. I wasn't always. I thought about throwing myself off this pylon, right where you're standing. I used to fantasize about the GMs dragging my waterlogged corpse from the canal. Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it.
The question is, can you live with your own?
A friend of yours? Oh, all right. You see that fire exit over there?
Whatever thoughts you tried to summon are carried away by the wind whistling through the metal. The crisp air sends a pleasant tingle through your abdomen. The gate stands before you. Take the chain between the beak of our tool and crunch it dead. The chain resists, trembles, then collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. Regards from the gang. The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent. Cosmonaut suit, a relic of Project Autonomia. Its shoulder patch reads, "The stars are ours, 77. 5,000 soul. No wonder it's still here. People with that kind of money don't shop in the bazaar." If it is, then it's one of the few things for sale here that isn't a knockoff Lusian electronic disc or toy. You try to remember something of astronomical significance happening in the year 77, but all that comes to mind is that was the year you were asked to leave ballet. You told your mother you left on your own. She said she was embarrassed to raise such a terrible liar. None of this has anything to do with space, though. Your focus widens back to the bazaar. Loose stitching and cheap fabric, the odd cotton hemorrhoid erupting at the seams. Their pelts are damp and shiny with rain. You expect the smell of wet dog. There is none. Soft animals, mostly stylized blobs with little regard for real anatomy. Beasts rendered ridiculous, grotesque trophies. There are brand logos on the sides, non-uniformly misspelled or upside down, but recognizably the same. Zoo Textile Lalouse. These are knockoffs, fakes. They could not tell you if they knew. The different species are all numbered. Number 1's are bunnies, number 2's cats, number 4 an anatomically unviable whale. There are no number 3's. Then what animal was so irresistible to the consumer? What shape has breached containment? Fuck plushies. You're a spy. So is spying. When you're doing it hard, try some of that. You turn back to the bazaar. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You step away from the payphone. The young man leans back, his gaze slowly tracing your outline. Both of his eyes drift outwards, as if pulled by different horizons. You've seen that kind of bravado before. He's running some kind of side hustle.
The business of you. You walk in here, you parlay with me, you already have some. The other half? I'll take care of that. Order my services. Nah, I'm no Kizak boy. I come here to work, and then I go home. That's about it. I'm getting better by the day. It's not what it was even 10 years ago. Cleaner, you know? You won't see a Recreacion fan catching a screwdriver to the stomach. But hey, I like tourists with money. And tourists love Kizak. It's got colors, it's got music. No better place to pass through before heading home. I respect the goats. That's why I picked the name myself. Good jumpers too. Versatile skill set.
The ruler of a future kingdom, his throne already concrete in his mind. He stares right back, blinking slowly. A practiced calm. He knows how he looks and dares you to question the asymmetry.
Born and raised in Lower Viudas. An hour away by tram, if the lines hold. My mother's a Rustam woman, inland blood. Came to Portofino with her parents when she was 11. She raised me on hibiscus tea and stories about the commune.
The dream of Rustam. For 80 years, there were no kings or bosses, only rotating councils, grain cooperatives, and radio poets. As the developed world spread, the dream cracked.
It's quiet. If you're used to shouting, neighborhood's made up of 14 towers. Astor had it built in the 50s, for immigrants mostly. We got a barber, Timo, with the solid tattoos. Old Haichi selling candles out the windows. Best bakeries in town. You should visit. Bring your friends. Who else is gonna do it? You know how tourist pamphlets have colored maps? Lower View, this is orange, you know, for dangers. Nah. Sure. You got kids with glassy eyes and break-ins, but we're civilized, yeah? Old people. They think Lower Viudas should clean up, look decent. We're not the ones scared of poverty. The GMs, half of them owe me money. Some grew up in Viudas. We fried plantains on the same radiators. Is Maurito still working the bazaar? Yeah? That's good. It be in boar season and all. If I were to stay away from anyone, it'd be the Carabineros. These fuckers don't fix problems. They pull them out like teeth.
Carabineros, Portofiro's sanctioned police investigators. They report directly to the Prefectura and deal in actual crime. Murder, grand larceny, rape.
Suspicion, that's all. No good talking about it. Won't change anything. You just be careful around them. Take a break. I have a lot to offer. Love to. Take a break. I have a lot to offer. Forget about him. I can give you everything he can, and more. I'm always serious with you. But okay, I can see that fire in your eyes. I haven't seen them, promise. Baby, not only am I a businessman, I am a purveyor of taste. I curate high-class aesthetics and deliver low-overhead miracles. Sometimes it's fashion, sometimes it's conversation pieces. And I got fresh weed, too. The universe provides.
Theft, obviously.
If you ever need to help yourself to the world's supplies, I have just the thing.
Presented between his finger and thumb, a small but sturdy metal prong, a lockpick.
What? With the neon bibs, Lucian snacks, all of that? That's not my movement. Here works for me, making moves on my own accord. And I don't do bootlegs. Ever. I don't mind the aesthetics. It's not about the quality either. It's the principle of them. Whenever someone says bootleg, all I hear is almost. You almost got money. You almost got taste. You almost. I don't know. That's it. But you don't, right? It only looks like that. You live long enough and close enough. Maybe you'll start to forget the real shit. The freshest.
Astounding. Must have been harvested just a few days ago.
You'll be seeing lizards and volcanoes with this strain. That's not a guarantee, but it's not a lie either. Just weed, on account of it being part of my religion. Everything else is hot on.
You don't have to use it to sell it.
I said all I can say on that.
He means that. If he said otherwise, he'd be going against some kind of code.
Breaking into houses and hearts. All right, tell me what's on your mind. With pleasure. All right, tell me what's on your mind.
The only reason he stood here is to make money out of people like you. But what makes you so special?
I don't want to deny you, baby girl. But on this occasion, I have nothing else to offer you.
Not something to do with you, then. Maybe it's something to do with him that's throwing the barrier up.
I'll be seeing you.
Vending machines are basically a 10,000-year-old grift. You ever think about that? Picture this, right? There's this hairy guy, the Paleolithic hustler. He's stuffing berries in a tree hole. And then he gets an idea. This prick finds a big, heavy stone and drops it over the hole. You want berries? I'll give you some. For a flint or a seashell. Boom. History's first vending machine. Some automation issue to take care of, for sure. On account of rocks, you know, not lifting themselves. But the principle is the same. Point is, the grift works, even on you. You're broke, yet you keep walking past those glowing boxes where descendants of the hustler are hoarding resources, without even reaching in to take some.
Rumba, canned coffee, even a sip of which would have made your ancestors' hearts explode.
No longer necessary. Not after the people have been rendered compliant and uncreative. Fuck that primitive grifter. Pin him under his own rock and reach the fuck into that tree hole. You can already hear the pseudo-verbal sounds of proto-hominid liberation.
The intercom is covered by a protective plastic film. A button embossed in the shape of a cheerful dolphin shines at the bottom. Yet another device bearing the Renotel emblem, only recently installed too. It curls under the edge of your fingernail and slides off in a single, unbroken piece. You can see your reflection, flipped in the unblemished metal. There's a compulsion to check your reflection every time you pass a mirrored surface. Of course, can't let anyone peel your protective layer off. Nothing happens. The lights are off. There's nobody to answer at night. Try again during business hours. The revealed intercom gleams as you turn away. Rubbish is piled so high it overflows the rim of the metal container. The sanitation crews are running behind schedule. The layers of detritus are many days deep. A whole history of discarded artifacts is piled up in front of you. This bin is an archive. Search it and you may conjure the recent history of this place. You jump up to the rim and let your upper body descend into the rotting wastescape. It's like you're entering the putrid lands of some dark fantasy. Like the pulpy dreck you used to read as a child, with titles like Ditch Wader, The Gore Chamber, and the Dreadlance Trilogy. Somewhere in your mind, an ancient motor grinds to life. Boils burst with turgid liquid at every angle inside the passageway. There is no light except the one you hold. You hold your lantern forwards and attempt to dodge the green fluids that jet from the walls. Unfortunately, it is impossible, and soon you are covered head to toe. The slime stings your bare skin. It feels like it will never wash off. The acid of the pus melts through your protective gear and eats at your flesh. It gives off a nasty gas, which you inhale and start to dream of a quicker death in a more pleasant place. But wait, you're not actually dead, which means you get a prize from deep within the rubbish container. It's several plastic bags of used tissues and excrement. These stools are on the bigger side. Either they come from a large dog breed, or they're human. If that's the case, they can't be far from here. No one is walking a long distance to dispose of feces. You have reached the end of this path. Everything has been recorded and will be stored within your inner archives. The rubbish container and all its spoils continue to rot through time.
You shouldn't be here.
The big man was dozing off. Now he's trying to cover it up with a vulgar display of authority.
Bit of a hold-up with a barge over there. He nearly got robbed by a gang, no less. Nothing was taken, luckily, but they did manage to break the damn thing's engine. So now it's stuck there until the replacement parts arrive. Only one in the near vicinity is Dr. Hugo's. He runs it out of his houseboat at the end of the backways. Can't say I have. I'm not usually stationed round here, though, so I wouldn't. Let's see now. I hear it's in the backways, right next to where the ex-pilots drink their sheep carcass juice. Some indigenous recipe of theirs. Imagine the worst thing you've ever tasted. Now imagine sucking it out of a dead sheep's arse. If you want to see for yourself, just walk the path all the way to the west until you come across some old men giving each other an hard time. Oh, very dangerous. Probably one of the Azuri lot. Yeah. You wouldn't want to mess with them, miss.
Azuri Mob is a foreign crime syndicate you've only heard about in passing, always with a warning to stay away.
They've been causing us a lot of trouble around the docks lately. Seems they're trying to take over the local mobs, and doing a good job of it. The parts may take a while as the trade route slowed up recently. Used to be a lot quicker a couple of weeks ago. The rest of the developed world. Must be something at the docks by the bazaar, but I wouldn't know more specifically, outside of my jurisdiction. You can't go in there, I'm afraid. That's what I'm here for. No one gets in. Only the controls to the water lock, but we can't risk anyone lowering the water right now. It would damage the barge even further, you see. You probably shouldn't.
The fire exit stands conspicuously ajar. Someone has wedged it open with a ball. You raise your hand to wave at the engineer on his pylon. He waves back. Nobody is paying any particular attention to the door, or seems close enough to care. Suspiciously nonchalant. They're just going about their days. It's a pelota ball, the local variation of handball. Pelota balls are not designed for use as doorstops. Someone has elevated this ball to contraption status. It's just a ball in a door. A dark hallway. At the opposite end, you can just make out the bottom of a metal staircase. A fine place to hide in a moment of crisis. Marked and remembered. You emerge into the rusted insides of a deceased mechanical beast. The only light comes dimly from above a set of steel stairs, which you alight carefully, gripping the cold railing. The sticker on the panel reads, Propriedade de Reno Hotel. In the center, the company's dolphin mascot grins at you. Inside, you find a dirt-covered computer terminal. Above the gridwork of corroded wires, a sleek cable cuts a path towards the antenna. The ancient terminal groans in response. System waking. Please wait. Welcome to Renotel Control version 1.2. Copyright 87 Renotel. Enter command. That's a text cursor, and it's waiting for your input. When you type in a sequence of characters it recognizes as a command, the machine will react. The artery before you connects to every device connected to the Renotel wireless network. The text cursor highlights the blank space where your command should go. Ask it. You step away from the distribution box. Bagman gestures wildly on the television screen. This is the ad for the reality situation you've seen before. The sounds from the commercial fade. A dusty and disused storefront, closed with a metal shutter. Above, a faded sign names the building, the Animal Zone. You lift the shutter gently. It resists. Locked. Carl was here. M+Y, heart. Unstoppable trade forever. Marito is a dog rapist. You slip your lockpick into the keyhole at the bottom of the shutter. You hear it click open. There's a loud metallic clank, and then it lifts up, surprisingly smooth. Thick spiderwebs stretch and break. You duck low beneath the shutter and out of sight.
Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary.
The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long grey toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you. A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Its tail swishes arrhythmically behind its back.
Abandon your notion. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me.
Is this the dog thief? Hard cut to his tiny face. Crash zoom. His golden eyes flash.
I'm king of trade! For now, enter the economic war zone. Ahaha! Yes! Villain of trade! Display your objects that I might make laughing stock of them. Not talk. Business correspondence. Ahaha! Fragile foe. Puny besieger. Prove it in skirmish of value. Secret sources. Knowledge denied.
Where else would it get this stuff?
Do not consider yourself my equal. Contradiction shrugged upon.
The geezers of his nostrils erupt with curiosity.
A curse! Take it with you. No trade. Sockman?
His ears drop to a 45-degree angle with his neck as he considers this. Rise again as he decides.
Find him, bring him, trade him.
Okay. Worst case scenario, you just trade Comatose guy for monkey loot and fuck off. Must be some sick gadgets in that pile.
Yes, yes! Challenger enters. Commence economic combat.
He wriggles his toes. drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands.
Apart from shame.
He closes one eye to consider you, carefully, before lifting a strappy leather harness from his collection.
Dynamic yet functionless.
A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat, folded into a peak.
Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute.
The monkey bares his teeth at you. Tourist trinkets, veterinary tools, a detached bicycle wheel, brightly coloured soft drink cans. The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects.
You're talking to a monkey. You're going to have to ask specific questions if you want helpful answers.
Shiny containers reveled in. Contents ignored. Only most premium goods desired. Legs and head unadorned. Alpha face gear admired.
Legwear? A mask?
Condescend at peril. Everyone is bad at everything. Yet to find worthy companion.
Is it a companion that he's looking for?
Ponderer. Ah ha ha! Flimsy diadem desired. Shiny trade. Pleasing hinged open function. Accept. Glimmercube craved. Meaningless standard.
He draws back a nasty little arm and whips the hat through the air towards you at speed.
Traded.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
You are puny. Prove yourself. Displeasure upon you. Disappointment. Farewell, combatant. You have returned for...
He flicks his ears and...
You are pure. There is no rain in the realm. No rain! Displeasure upon you. Disappointment! Farewell, combatant.
An assortment of cargo crates sits. You step away. A steel door is before you. Faint oxidation halos bloom across it, like algae on a sunken wreck. No response. It's locked. Still locked, somewhat inevitably. This door isn't going any way currently. You step back from the door. The fire exit remains ajar, full wedged into the crack. You pocket the ball and close the fire door firmly.
You've come back. I hesitated bringing this up earlier, but you might want to know. It seems you have a follower.
A light crackle teases you. Could it be you've seen this person as well?
No, I don't think so. Of course.
Just as a crumb of thought appears to form, the loud coo of a pigeon snatches it from you. The pigeon coos again. It's perched on a beam, only a few meters away, staring at you. The pigeon bobs its head, silently.
I don't think the bird's the problem.
The sour scent of urine surrounds the vending machine. Luckily, the beverages inside look fresh. No one would notice or care around here if you were to help yourself to its monetary take-ins. You're in the clear. Give it a go. All that separates you from the cash inside is a little lock. This should be easy. You jangle it around for a minute or so, but it doesn't work. The shape of the cylinders is completely different. No need to muck about here with fiddly little things. Let's just tip the sucker over. Using all your strength, the machine's legs lift off the ground as it tilts to one side. One solid shake, and cash rattles out of the machine and onto the ground. Shakedown successful. This is gang property now. It's not been long since you broke into one of these. Best give it a bit more time before you strike again. Overdo this, and you risk a note that reads kleptomaniacal tendencies in your personnel file. The refreshments remain dormant in their artificially chilled chamber. The boy shifts in his cocoon of mismatched fabric. Moonlight shimmers across a holographic patch on his sleeve. The patch reads, Marco.
How'd you know my name?
He narrows his eyes, chin raised, and looks down at his sleeve.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Protection? From what? Oh, okay. Nah, it's from La Luz. It's the Salto Tsuri Dream on Neon. Personalized.
With a flick, the boy shows off the sleeve's electric magenta trim. Black tags dangling from the hem chime loudly.
What? They're all different. My friend's got a red one. Yeah? Alright.
He averts his eyes from you, in your attempts to converse.
I don't know. I don't know.
Doesn't know much, this one.
I hang out like everyone else. It's normal.
You're scaring him.
What?
Not one step further, born scum. I'll do it.
coiled, fingering the safety latch.
I'll enjoy it too. I think I can probably come just from watching the trauma sink into your face, right before the oxygen stops reaching my brain for good. Ha! I know false concern when I see it. 3 years in pediatric oncology.
His left foot twitches in anticipation of the jump.
So you're talking to your little colleague out there. I know you're from the medical board, and I know he's been watching me. Sounds like a pre-rehearsed line designed to entrap me. If you're not bored, which you fucking are, then go and deal with the stain of narc shit lurking outside. I know that scarf of his is a fucking wire.
Description matches the fidgety teenage boy spoken to outside. Emphatically not an asset of any sort.
Kid, that's a 40-year-old man with a severe deformity. Terminal virgin, too. Stench of xenophobia all over him. No one takes down Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza, except Gonzalo E.S. Gonza. Don't you fuck with me now. I only hear narco. Don't humanize him. Yes. I suppose I could see it. A fit. Easy to refer. Not mutually exclusive, however. Likely, in fact. We flipped them right there at the STD clinic. Bring me one of his lines, scheming bored narc teeth. Leave that to the medical professional. You have no idea what I can see in a tube. If I had his spleen, I could tell you how his dog mother conceived him. Here, use this. My board condemned Freibar. Because of his history of use. Primitive superstition typical of the medical board. Bluff until I see him.
There's got to be some other way to assuage his paranoia than assaulting an actual child.
What am I, your mother? Rub cocaine on it. That'll numb almost anything. Nice try, you wild fuck. Why don't you ask your board superiors for one? Jealousy, as far as I can tell.
In this context, jealousy translates to gross violations of medical and/or human decency.
Oh, then there are anything to get you, real or invented. They babble on about modernization, best practices, international standards. But the fact is, they shit themselves in the presence of a real doctor.
He looks down, vaguely surprised, shrugs.
You never get credit for the blood you leave in.
It's bureaucracy versus insanity in this arena. You have to go off script for this. Way, way off script.
Yes?
You lift the bottle to your lips. Fuck. Your gag reflex activates. You puke into your mouth, swallow it, almost puke again.
Ha! Pathetic. I have seen actual children in Party Alley consume drugs with more dignity.
The vapors hit your nose just a second before the liquid hits your tongue. Please, no. Maybe you are a bored narc.
Well, you're not bored, that much is clear. With what they have on me, those spineless bureaucrats would sooner self-amputate than take a risk on an unknown substance on my desk. Don't get me wrong. You're a narc of some kind. Watching you struggle through that measly sip dispersed any all remaining doubts. But you're not bored. for now. But we warn. One whiff of bored fuckery and gruesome public suicide is back on the agenda.
The doctor doesn't appear any more professional behind the desk than he was on air.
Now tell me, where does it hurt?
The site of some kind of humanitarian catastrophe. The surface of Gonza's desk is buried under unopened envelopes, pill bottles, loose syringes, and pens. Atop the pile sits a child's drawing of a two-headed horse and a crumpled note with a few scrawled phone numbers. The doctor's twitching, though watchful eye inspects you as you scan his mess.
Not my kid, before you get ideas. I locked down my own plumbing at 12. Quarter-eyed and triple-tied, vast deference. No one's trapping Gonza. Some junkie spawn handed that abomination to me after I treated his mom. Zero talent. Makes the women folk trust me. The non-barren ones, I mean. They're decorative. That's how the board gets you. Open a government threat and it becomes a conversation. Keep those things sealed, and then you have their fear. Bottled.
The doctor drums his fingers on the dirty desktop and stares bitterly into the middle distance.
Bored? I say the same thing to you. What do you want? He's dead. Forget about him. Who's the unfortunate? Let me tell you something about colleagues, sister. By and large, the most vile species of sniveling, rule-following, authority-sucking vermin ever to stain this earth. Second, perhaps only to medical board inspectors.
You don't have conclusive proof he was not like that, at any rate.
You want my advice? Roll him up, toss him out in some hazardous waste bags before he starts smelling. All right. Walk me through. Gut diagnosis screams ketamine binge, but I'm keeping an open mind. Any signs of injury, self-inflicted or otherwise? Good stuff. Anything else? Strange how. Ultravioletta! Well, there it is. Mystery condition solved. You crawled out of a convent or something. She's a Lucian pop singer.
Pseudopod harbored a secret love for Lucian pop music. Seems unlikely.
I didn't fucking consent to the knowledge now, did I? It's forced down your throat as soon as you step outside. This is a clear-cut case of LAS. Libidinal atrophy shutdown syndrome. Affects terminal virgins, unlaid husbands, and men exposed to overly uterine music. Tea drinkers, too.
That is definitely 100% a real condition.
Oh, this is less, all right. But as bad the case as I've ever encountered. Men are built to pursue, conquer, reproduce. Ergo, per annum, a quota of fucking must occur. His body is given up from neglect. Seen it 1,000 times. And I'm confirming your intuition. That saccharine trash is absolutely 100% anathema to the male brain. You could probably survive it, though I suspect it would inflict some kind of intellectual damage on you as well.
The doctor opens a drawer and slides towards you a baggie with a small medical stamp inside.
Anti-last treatment. It'll wake up whatever's left in him to wake up. And if that doesn't work, end of the road, sister. Cut him loose. This is a proprietary formulation, soon to be patented. That's as much as I can tell you. Neurostimulants, vasodilators, endocrine hormones, and other elements far above your medical competency. Home recipe, mama. I can out-erect any man, anywhere, anytime, dead or not.
Put it this way. Will it help? No. Will it make his condition any worse? Also, probably not.
Then you know nothing of sexual melancholy. But all right, let's pretend my expertise is worth fuck all. What's your working theory, Dr. Plainface? Lady, if anyone did, it's probably you, with your refusal to fuck him. Really. All I'm hearing is that you don't have a fucking clue what happened, or how to help him.
Unfortunately, in the midst of all his ramblings, he has discovered a point. It's unlikely this treatment will improve Pseudopod's condition, but you might learn something from it.
No man likes Ultravioletta. He's buried in the depths of erotic despair. He's so far down the hole, he probably doesn't even know what happened to him. Of course, I really think it. I prescribed it. Easy delivery. Just let it dissolve on his tongue. Good luck to you. Real? Listen, sister. I've been a doctor since I was 12 years old. And I'll be a doctor until the day they extract the hypertrophied liver from my bloated, tumescent, sexy carcass. It was not the board that made me a doctor, and they cannot unmake me one, no matter how many degrees they announce. That's right, age 12. I came down with a fever. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and still wouldn't go down, so they sent me to the doctor. He weighs me, counts my heartbeats, whatever. And without even doing any blood work, he sends me away and says, "Go to the priest. Tell him that I said to give you the blessed smoke." Last rites. It's a euphemism for cowards. Of course, I didn't know that back then. My mother cried and cried, locked herself in a room and didn't even want to see me. She was crying so much. But still, no one would explain to me what this fucking smoke was. So I finally get to the priest. He goes, "Oh, my child," blesses me, blows some foul-smelling shit into my face, and sends me off home to die. And that's when I realize, these people are fucking idiots! Damn right I didn't die. I went straight to the library, picked up the first book on general medicine I could find. And the young Gonza brought his fever down through hard science and sheer willpower, all the way down to stone cold, which is where I remain to this day. Tricks of the trade. If you want to learn them, pick up the book. They can take away my license, plaque, patience, numerous degrees. They've even been surprisingly effective at getting me in trouble with the law. But they can never touch 1,000 plus hours of surgical experience, multiple breakthroughs, and enough original research to fill a university textbook.
He works himself up into a bout of romantic fervor with practiced ease.
Not that you could ever publish a textbook in this backward fucking society. I said they could take away my license and I would still be a doctor. And yes, they did.
Suddenly, he swipes a bottle off the table and takes a deep swig from it with needless violence.
My spiritual anesthetic, as you might guess from the name, is necessary for those who by their very nature exist in a state of unadulterated agony. The fire burns too bright. It must be quenched. Disgraced? What? You think it's... Yes. A disgraced doctor. That's exactly what I am. A disgraced doctor peddling the drugs that are the last surviving relic of my profession. Ha! Nice try! Just because we've proven you're not medical board scum doesn't mean I trust you, sister. Many different kinds of narc in this world. You want to get in my good graces? There's a favor I need. Something I can't do myself. There's a miserable worm, a former colleague of mine, who apart from stabbing me in the back, stole certain irreplaceable personal effects. Why don't you pay him a visit? See if you can recover my stuff. Then we can talk business. A no account and a fraud. Not worth the saliva wasted on pronouncing his name. I understand he lives in a houseboat down by the backway. His name, may science forgive me for pronouncing it, is Hugo Abe. Doctor, officially, though I would rather let the homeless man operate on me with a broken schnapps bottle than be treated by that slug. A research-grade apparatus, used for advanced diagnostics. Very sophisticated, finely calibrated, worth thousands of souls. It should still be in its aluminum housing, unless that institutional hemorrhoid has decided to put it on display.
The implication is that you'll know it when you see it. Extremely ominous.
And give him the satisfaction of knowing he has something on me? Absolutely not. Besides, I don't trust myself not to murder him if I come within choking distance. Wait, not murder. That's for human. You get the gist. I knew I could count on you. You have that withered skin look. Bring it over and we'll party. All the drugs you could want. Pharmaceutical bonanza.
2 words. Lab grade.
I can't fathom why. But all right. Put it this way. There was a project in which I believed us to be colleagues. While, in fact, he was sawing the floor out from under my feet the whole time. It was a dream study, backed by an astronomical grant by those MTER fuckers. Ran by the both of us. I knew they were going to screw us from minute one, but I went along with it anyway. Clearly you don't know the first thing about human biology. How was I going to give birth to my baby without first getting fucked a couple of times? Not one instant. I got to see the subconscious picture show. Who else gets to say that? Visualization. We wanted to see what people see in their dreams. Flush with foreign cabbage, I was able to design a custom fMRI headset. More portable than those giant washing machines our rivals were using, and crucially, interlinkable. You just plug the subjects in, load them up with modafinil, and boom! Dr. Gonza's subconscious picture show. Most of the cowards are content with fisting guinea pigs or detoxifying leaf matter. The real juice is in intoxicating the population and seeing how long they survive. Abruptly, and in betrayal. I got a call from Abe one morning. There's someone in the office for you. So I come in, trustingly, like a slaughterhouse animal. And there they are. Goons of the medical board. They even had the audacity to box up my belongings with their fucking claws before I arrived. Next thing I know, they're boxing me up too. Makes you painfully aware of the orifices you didn't know you had, doesn't it? That's why Nabe had been plotting it for ages, clearly. Having nearly missed the fucking boat once, he wanted to seize control of the study for his own purposes. Hate is a better word for it. My theory is that dullness he exudes is the result of a fungus of some kind. A parasitic brain mold playing at the motor cortex, like a child with a joystick. Eventually, sure. There are plenty of fungi that control ants and beetles. How much more difficult can a mediocre doctor be? Yes, enough. What did the swine do this time? Yes, enough. Adios, patient.
The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach.
Yeah? Tried once. He screamed at me about board narking and threw what looked like, dunno, something supposed to be internal at me. Kidney-like. Would have been pretty cool if he wasn't such a mad freak. Whatever. Yeah.
The machine is still soured by the... It's not been long since the refreshments...
Oh, you're back. None at all.
As you depart, the chant of... The stall has been left unattended. A haphazard arrangement of paperbacks and hardcovers that have seen better days. A handwritten sign teeters on top of one of the stacks of books. Books, 10 sol. Magazines, 5 sol. Place money in the box. Viva la comunidad. Relic of the district's more communitarian heritage. A few scrawled tags separate the various teetering piles into vague sections. Depends on how much you enjoy predictable pursuits of serial killers, variably through occult forests and the urban stage. Unfortunately, the stall's offerings look pretty bare. Nothing catches your eye. By far the largest collection, you see a wild range of material, from an anti-aging guide to a series of books all by the same author, Vitor Kampf. A prominent Lusian philosopher whose works have occasionally crossed over into international interest. Doesn't seem familiar. He gazes back at you from the cover, darkly handsome in glossy black and white, with the far-off look of an old film star. Underneath it is stated, the philosophical bad boy for our times. Many people are attracted to the mind rather than the body. By far the largest collection, you see a wild... You flick past the foreword, written by a prominent plastic surgeon, and into the table of contents. Soy and you, smoking, the real enemy. Are the injections failing, or is it stress? Why you should drink more water. But what does Mother think? Absolutely not. Even by the most generous medical recommendations. Nothing to that effect is written here. Instead, backed with a ton of evidence, the book simply states that smoking gives you wrinkles. The book has a lot to say on this topic and many others. Basically, anything that brings you any sort of pleasure, the book states that you should probably stop doing it. The large collection of self-help books almost seems to reach out to you, begging to be useful. A large space is allocated to the genre, but most of the books have been taken. Only a few worn stragglers remain. One of them doesn't even have any pages, just a dust jacket. People hunger for that happily ever after. A shelf of scuffed books are united by their preference for black and apocalyptic reds. On their spines, a series of grandiose words large enough to fill the universe. Two of the titles stand out to you above the others. Light March of the Chosen and Greed in the Inner Zone. Pulpy space opera, not at its finest. The characters are heavily stereotypical, the plot is erratic, and there are spelling errors on nearly every page. A bunch of religious cultists travel through outer space in search of what they believe to be their god, that end up being swallowed by a planet. No, it turns out the planet is their god. They end up inside the belly of paradise and live there forever. Totally. It's a shame the word planet is mistyped as plant on the final page. Despite its dull cover, it seems to be an outright attack on the current state of reality, realized as an adventure through a futuristic city that thrives on depravity. A notorious Lusian novelist and heroin addict. The author photo shows her sat on a disheveled bed, about to jab a needle into her arm, biting a tourniquet wrapped tightly around the target limb. Between all the gay sex, violence, and drug-taking, there's a serious point about how we're being held back by the unfettered impulses of the ruling class. It's not much different to a modern-day city, except the laws are much more lax, and what would be considered immoral now has become fairly normal. It seems everyone in this society is too busy being sordid to develop any meaningful technological advances. If anything, he would object to labeling it fiction. The book resumes its place among the others, its degenerate content perfectly camouflaged. Hundreds of printed materials, well used, slumber before you. You return to the scabby shelf of speculative fiction. Hundreds of printed material. You flip through the stack of slim, staple-bound periodicals. Faded fashion catalogues 6 years out of date. Softcore adult mags, a gun magazine, and a lot more. Most magazines tend to be, especially those that people donate to a project like this one. The more recent issues focus on the emergent Lusian styles. The oldest among them feature Portaferan clothes, local-made textiles from the famous silk factories. Masked models stalk glossy pages. Masked models stalk glossy pages, unidentifiable yet distinct, in monochromatic pieces with striking silhouettes. Your eye wanders to another Lusian cover in a less austere register. Teenage figures boast digital visors, baggy jumpsuits, runic charms. Holographic animals circle their bodies, projected from gadgets clipped to belts or bracelets. A headline beside these gadgets prompts readers to find your soul animal. Take it wherever you go. Even better, their essential nature is defined by a quiz in a magazine. They see themselves in the object, but it tells them what to be. Every shirt and dress catches the light brilliantly, rippling like coastal waves in golds, reds, and purples as they hang off each posed body. While it lacks the new age surprise of the Lusian clothes, there is a much warmer, living feel to it all. Reams of it. There were a couple of experiments in cotton, but they turned out even plainer looking than the silks. Men are posed clumsily, clutching straw fedoras. Women who are obviously not mothers hug unstained children, mirth bursting from their faces. Hundreds of magazines beg for your attention with their colourful covers. You're bombarded by cheesecakey photos of grinning nude and semi-nude models. The occasional coy shot hints at full bush. You do feel thoroughly serviced, though that may say more about the lack of proper adult action in your life recently. More and more of the smooth, young flesh passes before your eyes. It quickly starts to feel repetitive as you glance up and down the bikini-clad bodies, page after page, tens of them a minute. The lineup of promiscuous women almost seems to wave goodbye as you once again hide their naughty covers. Turns out, it's not a magazine at all. The Wang Guide to Improvised Firearms Volume 2. Reloadable pipe gun with push feed. It unfolds to become a long accordion-like pamphlet with text on one side and diagrams of a homemade gun on the other side. Grounded, practical, amoral. It is exactly what it promises to be. You do the dishonest thing. Nothing changes in the world. One cover catches your eyes. It depicts a leather-clad man, looking intensely grim with a large sword on his back. A label warns of ultra-violent content. The Hombre, Volume 5, Issue A. A quick flip through reveals the amount of blood spilled is only matched by the sheer amount of nudity. You do the dishonest thing. Nothing changes in the world. You sloppily rearrange the magazines into some semblance of order. You flip through the stack of... You turn away from the piles of books. Small white flowers have opened up at the touch of a sunbeam. Tight buds unfurling. Pale, fragile things. A delicate fragrance rises from the bush. Jasmine. You breathe in jasmine and cold air, soft and thin as hope. You blink. An hour has passed. The sunbeam is passing too.
I'll print. Very well.
She gives you a nod.
I'll be here if you require...
The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The anticipation of a decent rest pulls you towards the pillow. Peeling wallpaper hangs above your bed, uninspiring. A shadow from a passing aerotram crosses the wall momentarily. Bergman watches on approvingly as you secure his position. You step back and survey your decorative efforts so far, paper on paper dwarfed by the enormity of the void that surrounds it. You've been starved of art, of colour, of life for 5 years. It's more than nice. The wall feels less dreary as you turn away from it. You return to the desk. Everything is right where you left it. Finally, you muster up some action. You apply the key methodically, double-checking every letter with care and attention, all of which is good for... Fuck Cascade, F66, W1DD, WP, Black 4EBQN. You must have miscounted several times. Back to the drawing board. The second word is almost definitely Cascade. You, in other words. Letter by letter, 6 words rise from a dark pool and speak to you in an unknown voice. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. For Cascade, all will be forgiven. A pretty thought, if it's possible. The meaning is quite clear. It's the transgression that's a mystery. Only your double's advancing bald spot is visible to you over the rim of the chair. The day beyond the window beckons you outwards. You turn away from the desk. The pink paper tab is no bigger than a fingernail. One side is decorated with a simple illustration of a cockerel. It's right there, in the word of the animal itself. Cock is often used interchangeably to mean both male chicken and penis. You have never been more lesbian. The Wang Guide to Improvised Firearms, Volume 2. A low-budget clandestine publication, somewhere between fanzine and paperback. The author's name is listed on the first page as Ji-Cheng Wang. As it must be. This is a genre of literature neither written nor consumed by respectable individuals. It consists of some 60 pages of text, followed by an appendix with cut-out schematics for the body of the gun. Ostensibly a how-to guide, it doubles as a philosophical inquiry into the subject of firearms ethics. There are times in the conduct of human affairs when it becomes necessary to wang someone or something. This is a reality. There are, however, some preliminary considerations to disseminate. You would too, if your name was synonymous with death. Are you asking yourself whether you should or should not use the information in this book to build yourself a highly illegal firearm? Alas, there are many such decisional pitfalls in our world. Law-abiding individuals are treated with the utmost derision. If this book could wang 'em all, it would. It goes on extensively, the tone veering back and forth between sardonic hand-washing and outright murder advocacy. Firearms good, ethics bad. Probably not. Do you want to? Wang is the theory, and Wang is the practice. The instructions specify materials for a 6-shot pipe gun with push feed. 500-gram hard plastic melted down, 1 coin 10mm diameter, 1 broomstick or wooden dowel, 1 aluminium can, tools, glue, and plywood. Ball bearings. Yes, and it is up to you to scavenge it all. Best place to start would be Photo 24. There's got to be some of this stuff lying around there somewhere. It's a working photo lab after all. Dotted lines mark the edges of 3-dimensional objects unfolded into rectangles and curved flaps. While unintelligible, the form of the gun lurks somewhere inside those shapes. Mathematical and yet crude. The lines display a profoundly unsober competence. 2 objects. The larger one is a mold that goes around the barrel and includes a crude grip, magazine well, and the outer part of the bolt feed mechanism. The smaller object is the bolt. Building it will be the test of fire. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader, its lolling tongue and dripping viscera a promise of what's inside. Jagged metal, independently published metal, Hombre Hombre, Volume 5, Issue 8. You know, these kinds of magazines often have illustrated centerfolds or detachable posters. At the cost of its resale value, condition, defiled. The astringent chemical stink of cheap ink curls your delicate nostril hairs. The comic inks aren't even going to give you a head rush, but the nostalgia factor is undeniable. Black and white panels whip by, almost animated like a flipbook by the motion of your thumb. A word bubble filled with scratchy handwriting conjures a raspy voice in your mind's ear, a polyp on the perineum of society. A comic for big kids who can handle big kid words and drawings. A clawed fist hitting a pulped face, the violence itself off-panel, but somehow made visible by the suggestion of the word Krish in a sickly bold font. A figure, man, woman, or demon, it's unclear, being consumed by shadows, swallowed alive, screaming. It wasn't a guy. It was a moon cultist, part of the wicked cabal responsible for killing his companion and lover, Aurelia Mist, the healer with the transplanted hands of a dual-wielding assassin. They are the enemies of Shadow, led by the malignant Imago Jones, the Hombre's eternal arch-foe. This isn't even the best arc. Wait until he finally masters shadow puppetry in Volume 6. Flipping the magazine open to where its bindings hold the pages together, your eyes are filled with a horizontally oriented image, the comic's glorious cover, blown up in size. You pause on a splash panel, huge, taking up the entire 2-page spread. The Hombre stands in a pool of swirling water, a tiny ocean floating in a void of liminal space. The towers of the sunlit city stretch towards the empty sky, their basements flooded, massive fish splayed atop their roofs, gasping for air. Before him, a red cloak, in the shape of his own silhouette, his own body bag, rises out of the water, inviting him to enfold himself inside. The longer you look, the more details are revealed to you. A tiny face hidden in the brushstrokes that define a pool of water, the intricate brickwork on a horizon line building. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a You clutch the center pages in one hand, balancing the magazine in your opposite palm. The staples, seemingly so flimsy, refuse to budge. An ugly fissure appears in the paper at the top of the centerfold. Stop. Stop. You're killing him. The damage has already been done. Any value this volume might have had on the collector's market, obliterated in a second. A shade in a leather jacket thrusts a decapitated head towards the reader, its lolling tongue and dripping viscera a promise of what's in.
If you think the philosophy of Chiang Wang is just about crafting little homemade guns, you are sorely mistaken. Stop talking as if you know what that word means. It is about giving you a momentary escape from the world of sheep. Look around you. You're inside it. More a prison of sheep, actually. A fluffy cage where the inmates are sheep, the guards are sheep, even the walls are sheep. That is society. Do not ask Wang for help. Reach out and take what you want. That is the Wang way of absolute self-reliance. Don't just make your own guns, make your own laws. Make your own drugs, print your own IOUs and introduce them into the flow of currency. Don't pay taxes, declare independence from the state and make people pay you taxes. And remember, you owe the prison of sheep nothing, and that includes remuneration for the items that you decide you need. Nothing but fatten and shear. Go now. The world is yours. The only thing stopping you is your ovine adherence to the rules. And if anyone tries to stop you, wang 'em. Do you hear that? It's the sound of a city crying out. The light is a terrible drill, pressed into the street's exposed nerves. They beg for the relief of night. The light is too many sycophants. What the city needs is an acolyte of gloom. Practitioners of your craft understood that once.
You hear a great rustling, a million trench coats unfolding like moth wings.
Before the age of agencies and ledgers, the first spies communed with the dark. Your progenitors knelt before the umbral host, and thus the dark favored them. So the stories suggest: molecular ghosting, localized eclipses, umbral tentacles. The spooks of old wore the night like a second skin.
Shadows are not a substance, and subatomic tunneling is a quantum event, not a lifestyle choice.
All around, darkness recedes. Gone are the old ways, scorched by the glare of satellite pings and high-lumen flashlights. That is why the host calls upon you. Be the shroud the city needs. Walk the streets, snuffing out lanterns and hope. Be an acolyte of gloom and spread the word. Liquid night envelops you. You pour forth.
You return to your double's limp body. you return to your double's limp body. Cub is in mouth. No action. Assess blood flow stimulus response. A firm slap might be the last thing he needs to come back. The movement dislodges a droplet of drool from his lip and leaves a bright red welt on his cheek. With a crack, you hit the other side of his face, giving him a matching blush. This close, you see how empty he is, how slack his muscles. This isn't the peace of sleep or even a coma. He's gone. You smooth your palm over his trousers, rubbing the fabric until you feel his body stir, a soft twitch in reaction to your caress. The fabric stretches a little over the meager summit of his response. You place your lips on his, slightly parted. He is warm but slack, exhibiting no response to the touch. You pinch his nostrils with one hand, steady him with the other, and blow. His cheeks puff out on either side of your face like slack, stubbly bellows, but no response. He isn't coming around. You stand up. Whatever happened, it's far too serious to be alleviated by medication of uncertain origins.